Hello? Howdy. Hi, Nira. Hi, Giraffe. My name is Nani. Hi. Awesome to hear. I'm gonna vibe around with while drawing. Hope for new things to come. I hope your drawing goes well. That's so exciting. I'm sorry we are listening to such suspenseful music. Let's go to like Type C or something. Still suspenseful, but vibey. How's everyone doing? Let me take us off starting stream. We can go to the murder board. Nautilus, hello! Are we all vibing tonight? Are we pogging? I am deeply nervous about starting this case, but also very excited. My headphones are broken, no! That's so rough. I hope you can get new ones soon. We are pogging! Oh, I have no idea what's in store for us this time, but I'm excited about it. I haven't had a lot of time to go over my theories, to be completely honest. The convention was really good on the weekend, it was really fun, but it was also super full on. Are you ready for pain and suffering and pain and pain and pain? No? No, I am not! So yeah, I really, I've been kind of busy. I haven't had much chance to think. So I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot of new theories. Was it a fun con? It was really fun. I had so much fun. I got to meet so many Daigaku Tenseiban fans. It was really cute. I actually got so happy thinking about it. A couple of them like ran up to my table to deposit stickers and I was like, no, come back, let me give you money. They were so cute. Oh my gosh, it made me so happy. I got the cutest little charms. I got these gorgeous prints. It was really fun. It was really fun! I had so many people come to my table and they'd like flip through my little booklet of prints and they'd be like, who's this guy? He looks... Who is he? And they'd point at Sholmes and I'd be like, I'm so sorry, you have just activated my trap card. You are not getting out of here in the next 20 minutes. I have to tell you all about him. I think we'll need to expect some pain. Yeah, exactly. We don't know if Gregson is safe. Gregson, please be safe. Oh, that's a bug. That's a little louse that I happened to draw a couple of times. Don't worry about it. But people bought my Sholmes prints. It made me really happy. I wasn't sure how popular the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles would be. So whenever someone recognized him and was like, can I get the Sholmes? I would be like, yes! Of course you can! My little Skrunkly. Okay. Alok Shinoms, that's the one. Asian. Ah! Will! What the hell?
Peach
Thank you for
19
resubscribing! How you doing? Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Beloved. You know the cockroach so well. Unfortunately, I love him. A sign of my own bad taste. Okay, where are we there? I still don't understand what this is. I'm missing some notes here. That's okay. We'll put them back on. But yeah. Regardless of if Keasogi is Kazuma or his dad, they're either dead or dead, you know? And then we know Aishin is dead, we know Jay Wilson is dead, which makes me really worried about Gregson. Network, don't have audio, enjoy the stream. Okay. So I've been thinking about the Reaper's Curse as well. I do think it's strong heart, just because of the way for someone to be killing people in a way that means that Van Zieks always has an airtight alibi, in a way that isn't always like intentional. Like McGilda died in a random fire. How suspicious. It requires a lot of knowledge and power and reach, so that makes me think it probably has to be strong. Brady! Thank you so much for resubscribing!
Hi.
What the hell? Welcome back. Hi, thank you. You can see someone choosing which case Van Zieks does, except for some. That's also true. I do have a sense that Van Zieks is very specific about the cases he chooses, so kind of hard to say. But regardless, I feel like that's why the Reaper's Curse is on Van Zieks specifically, right, and not some other random prosecutor. It's because Van Zieks is the one who takes the cases that are, like, weird the ones that people are likely to lie about. Oh my god, a hype train started. Sunny, thank you so much for subscribing. Oh my gosh, welcome. I hope you enjoy your emotes. It is so lovely to have you. Thank you so much. What the hell? Everyone is so nice to me. Ah, Josh!
Celeste Peach 19 hug.
The talk to chat. I hope that came through for you guys as well. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much. Beloved. You made me lose my train of thought. Anyway, I think Strongheart's the Reaper. I don't see who else it could be. Other than that, I've been going back over the details of the Professor case and the information we have about the collar from the Soseki Natsume case. And I've been thinking very, very hard. That's 2 months of chill streams? Oh my god! He made it 2 months! After I first, I don't know, when I thought about starting streaming, I was like, I don't know, what if I don't like it? What if it's not fun? But then it's so fun. Then it is so, so fun. McGilded was killed by Graydon. I don't think he's related, is he? Well, that's the thing, right? McGilded was killed by Graydon because Graydon was really, like, Graydon absolutely had a motive. We know that he killed him. Was he put up to it as part of the Reaper's curse? Is the reason that the Reaper's curse hasn't struck Natsume or Gina because the Reaper is no longer in action and Graydon was a coincidence? Or is it because the Reaper actually is selective and hasn't killed them because he hasn't had the chance, or like he knows that they didn't actually do it? I'm fun. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like hanging out. It's really fun. Since it's 2 months, I've been tossing up on it on whether I want to do it, but since I guess this is the 2-month anniversary, it's probably as good a time as any. I have fully set up a Discord, so once we finish this stream, I will post a little link in chat so that everyone can join. No one's started yet, I'm gonna be right back. Start whenever. We've got some chatting to do before we get into it. I like to waste a little bit of time talking theory at the start to give people a chance to show up. But yeah, I'm unclear on if the Reaper is still around or not. If the Reaper isn't still around, that opens up a couple of new possibilities about who it could be, maybe? But yeah, then the big thing I've been thinking about is the Professor. So we know that Mikotoba, Judge Shigoku, and Asogi all went to England. We know Mikotoba was there for 6 years. I don't think we have precise information on how long the other ones were there for, since we don't know if Mikotoba left straight away or what. Okay, but they all went to England, and then the Professor attack started happening, using a dog. We can probably pretty safely link the dog to the Hound of the Baskervilles. It's around the same timeline, we have a lot of clues that this is all involved in the same case. And someone called it a murder weapon. The collar itself, it was splashed with blood, it was recovered from some secret stash. Obviously it's all linked, right? So then these attacks happen using the dog, and then Asogi is accused and tried in a closed trial, and the trial is closed due to international tension between Japan and England, much like John Wilson's trial was closed. And then Scythe lies about the execution, which is where it gets really interesting, right? I want to know if she lied of her own accord or from pressure from higher up. I believe it would be pressure from higher up, since she talks about, like, this is a government secret, this is a state secret, she can't risk it getting out. So I believe she was ordered to by someone. So presumably Asogi was never executed at all, and he was planned to go on about his life. He was buried alive. When he climbed out of his grave, he was spotted by our creepy little friend and then shot in his coffin, and is now dead. So this really got me thinking, right? Like, if he... I don't understand where this little Japanese student, I mean, maybe the Asogi family is rich, but I don't understand where this little Japanese student gets a collar worth £1,000, where he gets a large dog even, or why the collar would have a bee on it, which makes me think maybe he had some kind of sponsor, or maybe it just, I don't know. It's the fact that then he wasn't really executed, like there was some kind of cover-up there, makes me think that he was innocent. And perhaps they tried to like spare him. He had to be framed for it for some reason because it was someone else. I don't know, I don't think it adds up. Right, the Baskervilles. So with the Baskervilles, is that a place? Is that a family? Is that... It must be a family, right? I just... Oh my gosh. Sorry, my little brain. Oh, we got a hype train emote! That is Sauropogus. Arak Van Beeks, that's the one. But yeah, okay, it doesn't make sense that Asogi would be the killer. We don't have a motive for him, but we don't have a motive for anyone. Like, if it was him or if it was someone else, it doesn't matter. We don't have a motive for why the professor was killing people. Before we get too into the brain slaughtering murder board, how was Con? Con was really good! I had so much fun! I got to meet so many cool people, I got to chat to so many cool people. Someone from Twitch actually came by, that was super neat. If they are in chat right now, I'm apologies if I seemed awkward. I was caught off guard, but delighted. I was trying not to seem like too overexcited, but then I got like in my own head. Hope you got many sales, you deserve it. Thank you! It was definitely a successful con. I need to start stocking better. I always I get really in my own head. I'm like, oh my gosh, no, I can't order this many, I'll never sell this many. And then I sell out, I'm like, damn it, I should have ordered way more. But that's okay. It is all a learning experience. But yeah, okay. The con was so fun. I can't wait to do another one. I'm not entirely sure when the next convention is. I will work it out. The other thing I want to know about is more about Dr. Scythe's daughter. I think that's really interesting. Okay, but overall, I think that's more or less everything I wanted to cover before we jumped into the games. Let's finally start Case 4. Let's see what's going next. I wish I could go to cons, COVID is still blur. Yeah, it's really bad. I was a little nervous about going to this one, to be honest, especially since Melbourne just changed the mask mandates, so you don't have to wear one indoors anymore, but I'm triple vaccinated now. I was wearing my own mask, lots of people were wearing their masks. Everyone who was there had to be vaccinated. But yeah, it's still scary. I wish that this were not the way things are right now. I love Rio on the board, he truly is some guy. He's just some guy, right? I keep trying to like add more dot points for him and I've got nothing. He is just some guy. Alright. Okay. Some guy in love with Kazuma. Aren't we all just some guy in love with Kazuma? Okay. Episode 4, Twisted Karma and His Last Vow. Isn't that a very scary title? I have no idea what we're going to be covering in this case. Last case was fun because I knew going in it was going to be Crystal Tower. Where on earth are we now?
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
They said the thing. The game is afoot! The art is so gorgeous. But okay, that's more evidence that Sholmes was also involved in the Basket Girls. So we know that Asogi, Van Zieks, Mikotoba, Judge Jigoku, Wilson, Sholmes, and potentially Gregson, and also Courtney Scythe were all involved in that case. That's like 8 people, which is bonkers. Okay. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory, we're in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. He walks into a government conspiracy, Chillarized. This whole game! Strongheart gives him his badge back and he's like, haha, just don't go into any more conspiracies. And he's like, yes sir, of course not sir. And the first thing he does. I love him. Okay, 1st November, 10:24 AM. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes! I'm so glad we got here in time. Zada-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. Not even Phoenix would be so insane. Yeah. Phoenix feels a little more deranged than Ryu, but Ryu gets into the worst situation. Her little outfit is so cute. I love her. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? And then he was actually the mass murderer. Professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Okay, so they were here for 6 years altogether. Yes, that's true. And come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right. But for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows, then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Aren't we supposed to be seeing Mikotoba again now? No, it'll be a little longer, but soon! That's exciting. Ah, there she is. Oh my god, never mind, it is now. Father! Jigoku can kind of get it. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. I don't believe judges have legs. Breaking news. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, dear. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him before. I take it from your expression that you can't quite place him. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go, then. I believe so, Nautilus. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Oh! You're... They put Ryo in the DLC outfit in the flashback? That's a bit deranged. He just carries a gavel around. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's really handsome. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Ha 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 ha. You know, if you turn on DLC outfits for Susie in True 1, she wears it. But that's very cute. It doesn't make any sense. Good. You remembered now. That really did the trick. She's so cute, I love her. Guilty! And I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? There was no laughing at the time. Poggers, I will respect your pronouns. So, London again, after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. No, really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? It's really good! What are you talking about, Yujin? Huh? Why are you like this? It is always my right controller. Thank you, DGS team! Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who, 16 years ago, came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. He's so jolly. Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Hydrate? Yes, sir. Thank you. Jigoku in a suit is so... Mikotoba just looks like some guy. He was more handsome before. His beard with spaces in between is wacky. He's making shapes. Dilla Dilf. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. At tragedy. Yes. Could you tell us any more about it? Details straight away. Niceties first. So how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time, we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes. Though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. Starts tomorrow. I wonder what happens if you present the armband here? Let's find out! It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. And I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Isn't she so cute in her little DLC outfit? I love her! Speak for yourself, Yujin. You were close friends with the Professor of Forensic Science at a major hospital. Would that be Wilson? Yes, it would. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. So Kazuma's father was in forensics. That doesn't make sense. Ryu, what conclusion are you jumping through here? Did they say that he was? If he was, then he would have worked with Courtney Scythe, which raises a lot of questions, actually. No, not examine. I want to present. Professor Mikotoba, I wonder, could I show you something? Why do you seem so nervous? I think they're talking about like a connection, maybe? That makes more sense. I suppose because I'm a student showing something to a professor. That's always quite nerve-wracking. Wow. I'm sorry I perturb you in that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Huh. Okay. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Osogi. So Kei isn't him, Kei must be Kazuma. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay. Genshin Osogi. Genshin. You knew, I presume, father? Genshin Impact Osogi. Genshin Impact was the real killer all along. Yes. He was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study that. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. And when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh? What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma has since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Benzies. What? What? That's news to us. Sorry. Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part, then. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. Sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. He's still alive, and here in London, you say. I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. Wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Chasm has been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit? What? No! Go see your friend! That began 16 years ago now. It's been a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original three. First judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. Please no, I don't think talking with Strongheart gonna end well. I mean, he's not gonna, like, kill them, right? Who the hell sent Miss Brett? 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Back in my day, to get to London, we had to walk uphill both ways. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. It's gotta be Strongheart that sent Brett, right? If someone sent her, it has to have been Strongheart. Because her name was on the Morse code transmission, I do wonder if she was maybe working under her own involvement, because we don't know who McGilded was trying to transmit those discs to, right? I wonder if they were going to her. She doesn't fear any consequence? That's true. That is a really good point. I mean, and yeah, it's gotta be Strongheart. He sure do have the influence. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. This whole game is connected, it's insane. It's insane! Everything come together. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Not more talk of graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Hayden, his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after the trial we were sent back to Japan. Interesting. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. But does that mean Gregson is safe? Perhaps. This does, the fact that neither of his close friends saw a motive and that even during the trial they both defended him, or at least Jigoku defended him, does very much make me think that Genshin was innocent. He's got a child to take care of, Gina. Yeah. Well, so far we've seen a fair few abandoned children. Wilson left Iris. Genshin was forced to leave Kazuma. Oof. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. Mikatoba left Susie for 6 years? Yes. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Susato-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh, no, I mean if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. Point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. It was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. So both Mikotoba and Genshin, when they got a child, then ditched to study abroad. I mean, yes. But where Susato was a baby when Mikotoba left, Asogi would have been 7, I believe. Which isn't, like, better or worse. But it means that he was 13 when he found out his father died, which I think adds a lot of context, to be honest. I think that really explains why he would fixate on it so much. I mean, of course you always would, but 13 is very much the age for, all of the angst. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. Perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. That's quite traumatizing, to be honest, for a 13-year-old. Exactly! It's like they're old enough to fully understand it, but not old enough to process it. Kazuma. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. That's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. The world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course, what can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Miss Susato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. It'll be even more heart-wrenching when you're a kid that doesn't sees death. Ah! Yes, it is, though. It's sure droopy. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe? Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, of course. I could have sworn the person that looked like that in the Mikoto trial was the coachman. But interesting. Yeah, Mikotoba. Cute! Mikotoba, what's the favor? Mikotoba, come back! You are being so Asogi right now. You were about to trip over a cat and die. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street, then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. I don't think this either! Bro! Bring me back to my sister's dad. It was just like no thoughts had Kazuma. You and me both, buddy. Okay. We'll follow Susie and go check in with Shelms, but I really, really, really want to visit Kazuma. First November, Shelms Suite. Is this the gem? Wait! Wait! What's that on the coffee table? Excuse me. What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. What do you think? Could it have been Mr. Shelms? Oh my, I do hope not. A child. Anymore. Mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Their hair! It's bright red. Are you the Baskervilles? The people in the trailer had bright red hair. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Gina! Beloved! Right, you two. You're coming with me now. Down to the clinic. It is dark and damp and I don't like it. Buff. The darkness, it is my friend. I'm not scared. I'm scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring act. I don't like this. I don't like it. This is so much. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Hey, Jenny. Have fun. Yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. A salute for Sholmes? He'll be gloating about that all day. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Susie! And Reno! Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes! We arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well that's great news! I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. How have we still not told her? Yes. Of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris. All that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. No! Like Ronald McDonald! Absolutely not! Never mind, I'm ending stream. I can't do this. This is worse than a soggy. I'm in mourning. Oh my god. If it was like a nice strawberry blonde, you know? If it was like a pale ginger, like a real person color. No, here's a tomato. Okay. This is the most heart-wrenching thing we have seen in this series so far. This is the biggest tragedy that has occurred yet. He has red hair and pronouns. In all other situations, I would respect that. Not him. Okay. Okay. Before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? He even dyed his eyebrows. Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea! Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. We have so many. The hair isn't even on here. There is just question after question for him. Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? The lie you told. What a delicate way of putting it. Hey, remember when you told me that my best friend was dead? And then I believed it? And then he wasn't? Can you get, I don't mean to pry, but can you just elaborate on that? Where is my blonde idiot? You look so stupid. I'm surprised this isn't more of like a Howl's Moving Castle scenario, you know? Why isn't he sulking about this? He must genuinely think it looks good. The poor fool. Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? No. Well, I can excuse racism. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes. I can excuse grand theft, but not when it's applied to me. You can excuse grand theft? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
We should have asked Greg to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. But those redheads had been up to no good.
I wonder what the men did.
I'll give you one guess, Susato. Oh, no, I wanted to do the other one first. Okay. Well, right on to the serious topic then. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. That case aboard the SS Barrier in Japan in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? Fellow was unconscious for a very long time. He hadn't regained consciousness when he did. His life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, the side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as we now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Why? I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. Huh. Oh boy. Okay. He absolutely deserves a Susato toss. Oh my god. Okay, so he... what? Believed Kazuma to be in life-threatening condition and didn't want to try and do anything to save him? He could have gotten him to a doctor. Instead he, what, fakes his death? Put the mask on the table, maybe? I will. I want to get this dialogue out of the way first, because I meant to do it before that one, but then we will absolutely investigate. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before?
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere? Possibly?
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? You were apes? You were about to actually select an old man? Get him. Don't worry, look at him. No one is reproducing with that. Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? Timmy! Hi! How you doing? We're in hell. Something happened to my boy.
What is this greatest problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why is it not obvious, my dear madam?
The problem of rent.
Bro. He gets it though. Look, he gets it.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspels only the other day?
A large sum. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you.
Honestly, Harley, we know you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem. The coming month, at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes. Hair dye?
Don't tell me. Let me see.
Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You'd notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation.
I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Okay. Let's have a look at this mask. The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zieks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up.
We ought to give it back to him, I suppose.
But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself.
But isn't he your best friend?
Oh, so bad for them. So much has happened. Where was the newspaper? Ah, here. Ooh, scribbled.
This looks like last week's edition.
What's that article circled in red ink there?
It's in an advertisement column. It says, "The Red-Headed League."
The Red-Headed League? What's that?
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but...
There's something on my face! Clearly this has something to do with that. Lively hair. Red-Headed League. It seems somewhat suspicious in nature. You don't say. Okay. Why did he dye his eyebrows too? Bro! What happens to my man?
It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes.
The Red-Headed League? Does that strike you in some way? Well, I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learnt to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, Allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploit. Regale or boast? Give me 1 second, I can hear my little dog begging to go pee. I will be right back.
Okay, I did. I said hello for you.
Alright. Let's find out what the hell is wrong with this man. So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? You noticed it in the paper then. That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. An obvious everything is wrong with him. You were so right. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week.
Oh my, £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? That, I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. I believe he joined a cult.
But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once.
Why? Just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think.
The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see.
Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? It went wrong? Right, let's find out more about this after I've let my dog back in. Okay. What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Narrator, though it pains me to admit it.
What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Mr. Sato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? See, I didn't put him in his DLC outfit before we started because I thought that we would probably go over some heavy topics, like Kazuma and why he lied, and I didn't want him to look too ridiculous. I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves, and in the course of my work I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. Every hair, you say? Every hair? I think I'll pass.
Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
But of course! For £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely.
This man eats dirt on the regular, and then he eats soap to make sure he's nice and clean afterward. So anyway, Harley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. At the park on Lime Street, where the redheaded league were interviewing prospective new members.
So what went wrong? Our park was choked with red-headed folk, like a Costa's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. And this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. I turned that pair into the police. Oh my god.
Oh dear, what a disaster. For Harley and those two redheads. Mr. Sholmes, you mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today.
Indeed, Mr. Sato, that is correct. Not another of those red-headed gentlemen that were here before. Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I am expecting is a client. Oh? A young gentlewoman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less.
Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes.
We must stay and observe the fashion in which a great detective receives his customers.
Must we?
I have you in my clutches now, Wrench. Just as I have you in my clutches, redhead.
That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. You know, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. Don't feel as though you must wait around if you have other things to do.
Just everywhere fear for their lives. Mr. Sholmes is coming for you. And he is quite frightful. Okay. Let's go make some enquiries. Oh! Van Zeeks! 1st November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. The way he's got that contrapposto stance going on. Contrapposto? Is that the right word, or is that the contrast technique? I don't remember my art classes. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeeks doing here?
No, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say?
So they don't get along? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure.
From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Just like someone else we know.
Now then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord. I'm right here.
Oh, tell me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Except the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honoured to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. There he go.
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
I know. I haven't done anything. Have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service?
Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe.
Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. I love him! Baby, you are so stupid and I adore you. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. It would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. What? What? I get it, I know my cousin I fell for him, I would also fall for him. Wouldn't we all? But speaking of Kazuma...
Missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now?
Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million.
30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million.
I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries.
That sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations.
20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark's first symposium had to be hosted here, at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World.
It's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. But the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. It was on the very verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers.
So there are limits.
Hence the closed trial, I suppose. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial.
We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
About Lord Van Zieks' apprentice.
Ah yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zieks in the first place?
It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my! So he stowed away to get here?
He had no papers to identify him, no passport. He was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zieks. That way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zieks with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. It would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zieks, and have high hopes for his future. This does not add up. They find some random Asian man, and the Lord Chief Justice is like, oh, I'll take care of this, and hands him over to the prosecutor? What? Literally, what? As if. He's definitely lying. Not even a well. I expected more from you, Lord Strongheart. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. Bring him back. Cheeky, hi! Thank you for the stretch. I will stretch. And I will also hydrate. Why do I feel like Kazuma gonna get accused? That sure would be a change of pace. He better not. Lost track of time? Would you be like that? Oh my god, Kazuma. Where are you now? Wanna see Kazuma as a sailor plus Ryu with archery? Hog? I always want to see that. Oh my goodness. Okay, okay. I take it you also didn't know. Man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Kenshin Asagi. Hang on, hang on. Ryu, pause. Ryu, pause. This is so cool. Oh my god, beloved. Look at his little sculpted ribs. Bonkers. He carrying tomatoes? I love you. Okay, okay. Official art! We love to see it. Okay. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asagi. Professor Case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. He was such awful murderers. And unprecedented. Using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. Where did Genshin Asagi get a ferocious dog, huh? With a 1,000-pound collar. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. You're correct. I wouldn't believe that. Thank you very much. But the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows of this fate, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right. I see. It was still murder, wasn't it? Sort of a more murderous Robin Hood type then. That's... I do want to take that to the murder board now. Before I forget about it. Because that seems really important. Especially since we've been wondering about a no shit for my notes on the professor. I wonder if that includes Flint Van Zieks. Killed city rich people. Van Zieks doesn't seem like a bad person, and he adored his brother, so I would be surprised if it does. or if perhaps Clint was like an outlier of some sort. I suppose we will find out. Okay.
It seems very similar, doesn't it? The idea of the Reaper of the Bailey.
I agree, Susato. I think so too. So, if my current theory is that Genshin Asogi was innocent and was framed, and my other theory is that Strongheart is the Reaper of the Bailey, that would also make Strongheart the Professor, which is kind of bonkers. He did use a dog. I want to say that I can't like see him getting his hands dirty like that. What if he was using a dog? I don't know if he has hate rich people opinions though. He's very passionate, but it's about forensic science specifically, not justice as a whole, so I don't fully understand what his motives would be. Alright, let's go back to the murder board. So these are a lot of the characters. They aren't all the possible suspects, but there's certainly a lot of them. And of this group... But wait, isn't the professor dead? Well, Genshin Asogi is dead. And the professor killings seem to have more or less stopped happening, with the exception of course, the Reaper. We know that Genshin Asogi was supposed to be executed, and then wasn't. I don't believe we have many details on that, but we know that Scythe deliberately misrecorded his time of death, and then he climbed out of his coffin, and then was shot. So the person who was accused of being the professor is dead. I don't see how some random Japanese exchange student would be the professor. And I think it's interesting. If he was framed, then he was probably framed by someone who knew that framing a Japanese person would mean that no one could look too closely into it, that no one could review the details of the case, because it would be a closed trial. Which once again points to Strongheart. I don't quite see him as a murderer type though. Definitely someone pulling the strings, but I find it hard to envision him getting his hands dirty like that. Let's gather some more info. To be honest, good on you for making a theory board. I just speeded through this game and was in a lot of pain. I love hearing theories. That is what I was doing initially. And then I saw Lacolas made a theory board and I was like, what the fuck? That looks like so much fun. And you only get to play through it for the first time once, right? It's not like I'm gonna have future opportunities. So it's been really fun! God bless Tony. It is so fun watching her work through it. I cannot wait for her next stream. She should be on case... No, she's still finishing case 2. She's gonna go crazy! God bless. Okay. That's probably... I don't think she has anything to say about either of those. That's probably everything we have to say to Strongheart then. I actually really want to go to Van Zeek's office. The most visceral reaction to MD? Exactly. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot about it. Oh my god. It hurts so much. Aha! Here is my guest now. My latest client with money to spend.
Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Carly.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course. Or please, please, I really need you to locate a runaway. I will dig through my little pockets and I will give you every piece of change I have. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear. I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
He is so mean to me. Oh, it's her! She was one of the jurors, wasn't she? Mr. Shams! Mr. Harlock Shams, please, oh please! Please find my husband, he's run away! upset me?
I beg your pardon?
This is why the trial is called karma. It all makes sense. Never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course.
What's the matter, Miss Sasato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently.
Yes, now you come to mention it. Evie! Oh my god, I care her.
Well, as I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir.
Money is no object, simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Great detectives are wont to lie.
Is all the women here pretty?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir, this gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me.
What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand.
Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me.
Friends. I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally. After all, he's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Never mind. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh no!
Sure, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Really, you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite a lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
I knew I recognized her.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends shivers down my spine.
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
It would be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really. Nothing more.
Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes.
Were you digging his little grave, shovel shovel?
Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil, my daily is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married?
It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things.
Oh gosh!
Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
That's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
A guard? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder?
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Indeed. I see. Okay. Okay. The chief warder, perhaps of the prison next to the hospital, next to the graveyard, where the professor was buried. It all come together. Everything is interconnected. It feels so, Sherlock Holmes' holistic detective agency. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Sherlock transformation? Pog. Thank you, Animus Nanny. It's the occasion.
Anything for Shams.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and say that they're carried out.
So he would have been in charge of the execution, in fact. Dreadful punishments. Does she mean capital punishments?
And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other wardens. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbours.
Yes. I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it. And how long has your husband been the chief warden at the prison, Miss Evie?
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No. Lowgate Cemetery, the very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me.
Pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence. Can it? So Scythe gets outed, and then very conveniently the person who would have been in charge of that execution just disappears. Isn't that interesting? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry? Yesterday. That really is recent. Laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh my dear Daly, whatever can have happened?
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Well, naturally, but sadly, they refused to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, the chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I could pay any sum you care to mention.
You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. I care him. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a hardening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
Photograph of Mr. Vigil has been entered into the court record.
That is so bogus. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Harley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. Great detectives I want to play. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Narrowherder? I'd hope to strangle him. I'd hope to pin him down and bleach his hair, thank you very much. Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. What if we're stuck with red-headed Sholmes forever? I will learn to live with it. My love for him is unconditional. It just also waxes and wanes with the color of his hair. That stupid bastard. I hate him. Why has he done this?
I love when Mr. Sholmes goes on mentor mode, for real!
I care him. He is so teacherly.
Dad? Not even daddy, just dad?
Love him.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among our students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Father? My dumb father?
I love him.
Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated.
The professor. And now, a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem.
It's all very peculiar.
Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Narrowherder. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. Sholmes too embarrassed to leave the house, as he should be. Whose fault is that, bestie? Hey, if you're so good at chemistry, just whip up a potion that makes your hair blonde again. How hard can it be? But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So, I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. There he goes. Of course you are. There he goes. Okay. He is an arsehole. Some of us and arsehole. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. 1st November. Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. The guillotine clock? That's kind of cool. Oh. This place is full of hardened criminals. Oh, Scottish? I'm sorry, I cannot do a Scottish accent and I will not be attempting it, but I am delighted. I can remember the last time a civilian was doing here. If they write it out enough, I guess we will do it. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me. Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden. Hmm? Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. Didn't Mikotobus, or was it Seishiro? One of them said they had some business with him. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean... Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes? There's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... It didn't like to be so direct, but... Scottish! Then you should be the one here. I have never in my life attempted a Scottish accent, and I'm not particularly fond of trying now, but if they are going to keep writing it phonetically, then we will do, like, half of a Scottish accent. I wish I could do it. Does do Jacksepticeye? I do not know him. I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. Now get out of my hair! So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means...
I think it's because of the professor case.
You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Isagi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffing around a book that case, aren't you? You're agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get gone with ya, before I punch your legs through. We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us.
Governor Caden.
What are you thinking, Mr. Sato?
I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us.
Laddie!
Howdy, how you doing?
Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Yeah, okay, he's not gonna let us talk to him. Alright, in that case. Kinda, sorta. Do you have volleyball? He's reading the paper. Crystal Tower on it? Interesting. Is Seisho anywhere? No, just Mikotoba. Volleyball last night, but still sore. You are so brave. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Ah, hello you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world, now that I'm unpacked.
But where's Judge Jigoku?
Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he is full of energy.
Professor, you mentioned something before, about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Ah, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man.
Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story.
Oh, would you? That would be wonderful.
If you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? No, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts.
Oh, could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Thank you.
Letter of introduction entered into the court record.
Hog. Good luck then.
Thank you, Mr. Mikotoba-san.
Can I have a closer? Oh, I want to have a look at this too. Okay, I can't touch it though. I feel like there's going to be something important about this gate. Oh, your script is illegible. This? The right way up, the right way up, the right way up. Right way up. Ticket? I suppose that would be what he has on him.
Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, First Class Cabin 001. Yokohama departure, 11th September. London arrival, 1st November.
Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shigoku came on from Japan, isn't it?
Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover.
I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Barrier. It seemed a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think?
Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary.
And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Well, how strange. Where could it have gone?
I feel like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo.
Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Both the Mikotoba siblings are sick of his shit. I couldn't survive a boat ride back then if it took a month to go places. Yeah. Oh my gosh. But hey, at least nowadays you'd have a Switch and you can play the Great Ace Attorney. Okay. Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy.
Is it just me, or does that make me sound
Extremely untrustworthy.
I do wish he'd at least called you a nice young man.
I'm really not sure that would help. Everybody is so mean to me all the time. Okay, let's head back to the prison governor's office. This is a nice young man. Please be kind to him. He's frail and I'm scared he might cry. This is my little Scrunkly. If you'd just cast your eyes over this, Governor Kaden. What's this then? You can't pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. That young jock from the forensics laboratory. That Mikotoba. Mikotoba was a jock? Delightful.
Yes, exactly, him! Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jeez! You're the young man's daughter! Nerd and a jock? We love to see it.
And you didn't think to mention that afore. Well, I do apologize.
Aye, well, you'd best be take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And did I forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits? Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing.
I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
He's wholesome! Wait a minute, this guy's really cute when he's not being racist. Busy charming people love her so bad, no one can resist her. So then, what can I do for you, Ham?
Well, We're currently investigating a case.
It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing?
I don't think the cop is tiny so much as he is huge.
Which is extra good.
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I have heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh, maybe Ryu is just extremely short. It could be all of the above. But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Eh? Vigil?
Well, that's right.
His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him.
Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job.
Oh my!
When was this exactly? That was a question?
When was it? It can't have been much less than
10 years ago now. 10 years ago.
So he's been lying to his wife this whole time.
Okay, that would be immediately after the professor case then. Very, very, very interesting.
What? 10 years ago. He stopped working here 10 years ago. And then, the reason that he's so well paid, I would imagine, is that he's been paid a stipend by the government to keep his mouth shut about the case in question. I mean, that's wild conjecture. That is a huge jump on my part. But, like, that makes sense, right? If he's the one who was supposed to oversee the professor's execution, and the professor was not executed, they pay Courtney Scythe, and she's very dedicated, she's very involved in this anyway, her ambition is enough to keep her in place. But he doesn't want any part of this, so they're like, okay, fine, you can quit, we are going to pay you really, really handsomely so you and your wife can live comfortably for the rest of your days. Perhaps. Perhaps. 10 years ago. He stopped working here 10 years ago. Aye, as I mind it? You can. I have not heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Oh, Mrs. Vigil. Yes, I believe it may be. Ramen, hi! Where are we in the case? We have just spoken to Mikotoba and he was like, give this note to Caden. So we went back to Caden and then Caden was like, the guy you're investigating? Well, he hasn't worked here in 10 years. Which, what happened 10 years ago that perhaps the warden might have overseen? Hmm? Miss Mikotoba, DILF. Animals Nanny, I'm gonna assume that that is a joke. But just in the future, please do not say things like that because I can't tell if it's spoilers or not. Thank you. Alright, okay. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. It's not spoilers, thank you. Sorry, it's really hard to tell when you, like, don't know, you know? We haven't seen it. We saw his mask. That count.
I miss him. We glimpsed of Van Zieks, who seemed cranky. Misery.
Okay. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry?
A walk? Aye, that's a word for it in here. A walk to the gallows.
An execution?
The job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any execution, you see? Only, Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but I can't even reveal that information. I was about to say, I'm surprised he's being so forthcoming about that. Okay. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't care anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be then?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's?
My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am, but I'm not at liberty to answer that.
I see.
Okay.
Interesting. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, we need fresh corpses for forensic research. You can.
Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
What does the CAN stand for? No. CAN is Scottish? Is Scottish the language? CAN is no.
Like we is little.
Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners. Still in use today.
Saint Sinners. It's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there.
October and I used to ride in the carriage together and negotiate terms. More fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on both sections and all sorts. Ugh, takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuffed biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He was a good fellow, your father? Reliable, and dead set on his work. And I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Osogi, I suppose.
Wow. I can't tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
One moment before you're away, Hen. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Yeah, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it?
That's Vigil's dismissal note. 10 years old now, of course. Hey, Genshin! That's the one. That's the real mystery. Solved.
Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, no trouble at all. It's not the original, mind. Vigil's dismissal notice has been entered into the court record. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is on the 25th of June, Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict censored, just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperations with inquiries will be expected. Prison Governor Barry Caden. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Interesting, so this makes it seem like it had nothing to do with the larger lies going on. It's just so interesting that Courtney Scythe claimed he was dead when he wasn't. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being.
Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil.
So many strange things going on.
What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Okay, interesting. So, he hasn't worked here in 10 years. He's been lying to his wife. He's bringing in a significant amount of money each month. And... what? He sometimes has to stay overnight? What job is he actually working? I really think he's being paid off. I don't know why he would have to stay overnight though. Some sort of affair? I don't know. Oh, look, we have an opportunity here now while the governor is away.
Mr. Naruhodo, you could be imprisoned if you were caught.
That's a good point. Perhaps not then. Okay, no snooping for us. Let's go home. Ow, ow, ow. First November. Jom's Sweet.
We're back!
Hello, you two.
Oh, hello you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all.
So that's what the delicious smell is. This is an improvement. I'm gonna... This is an improvement. It's not great. It is definitely more pronouns. They should... But he... Okay, whatever. Punk edit Sean's real. Hang on. You've done it now. 1 second. Let's all come here. Oh my god, not, Van Zeke's theme is not the vibe. Give me Sean's theme. I will edit him with green hair to complete the trilogy. We can do that. Green hair's pretty easy. Tolerance up a little more. New correction layer. You want neon? You can have neon. Pink Sean's like make a pan flag Sean's? Sure. Pastel. Beautiful. Okay, him. Queen! Hey! Welcome! How you doing? Anyway, what I actually came here to do. My brush, please.
Get them up. Hi, it's so early. Hope yeah, this is really early for you, isn't it? Shouldn't you be sleeping right now? Good morning. How you doing? Gorgeous. Stages? I don't actually know what they're called. And the little spikies. Proper black eyeliner at the top. So nice and grungy. What the gift him me? Ring to bit of lipstick. MCR, Panic at the Disco, Fall Out Boy, exactly. Or well, imagine if your timber was punk. He crumbles when he hears that Gino and he's like, oh my fucking god! Well, they still color, but he's wearing his suit and his suit is like, whatever. Yeah, and we need, like, the most important part of these edits is the, what color will we use? Let's use the pink from his shirt. Oh, ramen, sorry, let me get on that. Sorry, I was distracted. Planet, ramen, there you go. Sorry about that. I was focusing so hard on this stupid flower crown. It was an accident? I got it. Okay. Am I missing anything here? Need some more earrings. Get one of those, like, main ones. Make it pink because I don't have a different light color. Okay, that doesn't weird. Pastel pink filter, you're right! Okay, hang on. Now let's just make a new layer. We're gonna do this the really lazy way, like the real old school Tumblr kids. We're gonna fill it with pink and we're gonna set that to overlay. We're gonna set that to green. Green is pretty good. And then if we like do a really jaggy cutout. Like this. Just the messiest in the world. There are easier ways to do this faster and neater, but this is not how they did it. Just quickly erase all of this. Drawing tablets give you the power to commit sin. I do love that. Okay, like so, and then we get a little grid backing from this one. And just paste that in there. Make it a little smaller. That. And then we add like, what do you write on top? Like, something like this, right?
Follow for more soft deduction! You get it. I don't want it to be horizontal, but Times New Roman is good. Make that like that. And then a selection, which we can then expand a little bit. Sorry, I didn't mean to spend so long on this. I really got caught up in it. Love is love. Anyway, I hate this. Sorry. Okay, back to the game. And this is wonderful. I'm glad you think so. Okay, where are we? Greetings, my dear fellows. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Greetings, my dear fellows. I'm still under no wenches, fancy. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I don't have answers for you, Josh. You did miss this, which is on you. We made something beautiful. Twink Life Crisis! He's in his 30s. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I love you, but this is Cass.
That's my job.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh my.
Pray, tell me, what about Waterfront? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising in fact. No, it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest.
It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that—
Sholmes!
Gina! Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important.
Gina?
I can't Adam and Eve it.
What's wrong? What's happened? No. Wait, no. Wait. This better not be what I think it is. Clearly a very grave matter indeed. The Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the ball— No! No, 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 no. Everyone else on the note was dead. No, no, it's fine. It might be nothing. It might be nothing. Maybe she's here to say something else. Maybe she's here to say something else. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is— He's dead! No! No! Dead! The fucking no! Get out of here, Sholmes. This is not the time. The fucking no! Dead, dead, dead. Oh, this hurts so bad. No. Oh man, I really, really, really liked Gregson. Fuck. The boss is— he's dead. What? They just found his body. Shot with a pistol. What? Inspector Gregson. He was murdered?
No, not Rexy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Oh my god, when you asked if I was ready for pain and pain, I was not ready for pain. This is a fun case. This is not fun. Sorry, I keep tapping out my mic. It might have seemed like I was really quiet when Gregson died. I'm not sure how much my mic was able to pick up. It was because I was screaming. Oh my fucking god, no. I would love to punch a wall right now.
Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was really shot. I don't know much about what happened myself yet. I'm still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street.
On the outskirts of town. We went near his home. It was perhaps investigating a case then.
Well, the thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. How strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him the proper detective. Oh, Jenny.
So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is?
Well, they got him already. Already?
They've caught the shooter so soon?
A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of it. What awful person did this?
Don't say Vigil. Don't say Vigil.
I still can't believe it myself. Gina?
Don't say Asagi either. Also missing.
It was the Reaper!
No. They arrested Van Zeeks? Oh, they arrested They arrested Van Zeeks? Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? How are you feeling? Okay, I'm in mourning, but also I'm a little bit delighted. He's in baby jail. We gotta get him out of baby jail. Oh, this is so DL6. Beloved. This is so DL6. Keep him there a bit. No, I love him.
They've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it.
Wait, hang on, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. There's someone who, if they are available for stream, will want to be here for this, and I just want to ping them on Discord really quick. Okay, there we go. Sorry. This line in prison. Oh my gosh. I can't. So we did see him fighting with Strongheart today, which is suspicious that then immediately after he was arrested. DL6 was the exact same vibes I got. The parallels! Parallels! Okay. Is it Ali? It is not Ali. Although I should probably message Ali as well. There we go. Ali also messaged. I love bothering my friends. Everyone, my closest friends are like, Van Zeeks? You've got to keep me up to date about Van Zeeks, okay? If anything happens with Van Zeeks, tell me. Okay. Okay. Sorry, that was a lot of excitement. I can't believe Gregson. Oh god, that hurts. Okay.
Right, that Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss.
No.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Ali! That was so fast. Gregson's dead. Which hurts. The culprit is apparently Lord Van Zieks. Oh, and also Charlotte's Blue. I thought that you would be interested. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, I cannot believe this. Are you quite sure, Mr. Strahd? It's Barak Van Zieks the police have arrested.
I saw him with my own eyes, in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him.
So you mean
There were actually multiple witnesses. They heard the gunshot, apparently, and when our lot got to the scene, it was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room.
but there's no way Lord Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it.
Oh, I don't believe it either.
Well, we have to go represent him. Thank you for informing us, Mr. Strahd. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing.
Her little shaking shoulders, I just want to give her a hug.
Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come, little, as soon as you can. You've got to help.
Little sister. Oh, Gina. That poor girl. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes, these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming,
How could I let this happen to Gregson?
To Gregson! He blames himself. Oh, isn't that interesting? Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later then. Inspector Gregson, dead, and Lord Van Zieks arrested. Who's the prosecutor? Who is the prosecutor? It's not gonna be... I mean... We only know one other prosecutor. Or rather, one other person in the prosecution's office. No! He's missing! Unless...
Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Susato?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go right to Mr. Reaper and then we can join Gina at the crime scene. For now, she'll have Sholmes to keep her company, keep her safe. Oh, of course, he's dramatic in the corner by counting away. 1st November, local prison, cell 1. There he is. Lord Van Zieks behind bars.
So it's true. He really was arrested.
He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zieks. Don't talk me Angie. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, or the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. It's just DL6 vibes, don't worry about it. We heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? Rot in jail for all I care, Toodaloo. Yeah, who else is gonna defend him? This. The yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university. Just accept help her. Prosecutors. Prosecutors. What can you do? I like him, but I'd also push him down a flight of stairs. Yeah. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we?
They send each other letters!
What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words. They seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room, but that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed, and there's really nothing I can add. Oh, this is so prosecutor of you. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot? Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. But he doesn't actually know what happened.
If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that. They don't call this case karma for no reason. After all, you're not representing me. I'm not in the habit of shooting people. I have a sword, idiot. I have wine bottles too. He is going to need a lawyer though. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine.
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. 16. Out of 19. We know that we can eliminate Natsume and Gina from that count, but who is the third? Is it McGilded because his circumstances are no longer mysterious, or is there someone else perhaps? Oh, Albert! Oh my gosh, me forgetting about the most recent case. Thank you, Queen. Okay.
Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that?
After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail.
Hi, Jay. Thank you, Queen. I will drink up. And stretch. Thank you, Queen. I will do that also.
It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems.
And posture check?
I'm sitting pretty good. I always slouch a little bit to do Van Zeke's voice. Something about it makes me want to lean my arm on the table.
Thank you.
Your stripped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. The Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now.
He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry.
There was a true second silence, that's all.
Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you.
I was wondering, Lord Van Zeeks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you.
Nautilus, welcome back! Welcome. Long story short, Van Zeeks is in prison because he murdered Gregson. You trust me, do you?
Yes.
I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. Yeah. We're gonna have to take a moment to mourn soon because I loved him. I trust no one.
What?
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese.
But please.
Gina is sobbing and doing her very best to investigate his death. It's rough. Her little shoulders shook, she cried, she took her hat off, it was very miserable. She is the one who found the body. I have no intention of engaging your services.
The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems.
Huh? Get out of here. Oh my god, sorry. I'm having the worst time with Twitch navigation right now. Okay, sorry. Anyway, sorry. Ooh. Out, damn bot. Macbeth voice. Okay. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. And appreciate it if you don't visit again. I'll be back. And neither of us will waste any more time. Back to his corner. Now, it didn't escape my attention that he said that he doesn't trust the police or the judiciary, which I think is another nod to the everything. Will we get him doing glass break in the witness stand? We hope so.
Azuma, hi! How you doing?
Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Okay. He seems really sad about this, though. Yeah, this is rough. There's no way he's the murderer. He's too good. 1st November, room on Fresno Street. Was Gregson undercover wearing a red wig as well? This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people can find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is why poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere? Have Holmes and Iris heard the news? Yes, we were at home when Gina came in. Sholmes went with Gina to continue investigating, and we went to the prison to speak to Van Zieks. I mean, I made a joke about it before, but using a gun really doesn't seem like his MO, thinking that he has a sword and all. Yeah, I mean, and just in general, he's not... We know Van Zieks. He wouldn't do this.
Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers is going to be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above this ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over an house looking for dough when the owners are out of town?
Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt.
Oh, so you've turned up at last.
Doing great. My girl just called me earlier saying, sorry you don't have enough load to make this cool, please try again later. Her voice is beautiful, it's the first day I met her. Very fun. Lead Detective Jenny, I'm sorry that your promotion came about this way. This is rough.
Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Did you ask if Eric Van Zieks had a gun? Yeah.
Hello again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that out of ears, and then just scarp it. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Otto. You're a lawyer, right?
Yes. Why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh! Poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trail will haunt her forever. He danced of deduction without us. He seemed... That was one of the most... He was so serious. And the way he immediately turns it in on himself, like, oh, I should have predicted this, I would very much like to talk to Sholmes.
Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah.
Gregson must have been a really close friend to him then. I think once, right? I still think about that line where he tries to talk to Gregson and Gregson's like, we're not friends. And Sholmes was like, yeah, I suppose that's true, isn't it? Like, he seemed so down about it. I think that they were close once. The gap has widened.
Go on then, Otto, get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina.
Okay. I'm sure we can talk to her, but I want to have a quick look around first. Let's start with the wig. I missed. Constantly. Always. There we go.
Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I.
Why do you get the feeling that Gregson blocked out Sholmes because he knows that if Sholmes involved with him too much it might be dangerous? Definitely a possibility. It definitely comes down to, oh my god! I can't believe he's gone. I had it on my little murder board, you know, like, haha, everyone else on this list is dead. I hope Gregson's not in danger, haha. I didn't think he actually would be. Oh my god. Head in my hands. Not like this. Not like this. Okay, okay.
Oh, well, funnily enough, neither can I.
It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! A bright red hairpiece! And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it?
I mean, such a flame-colored red, too. Thanks for the work, Graham, and enjoy your work!
Yes, that's a colour we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it?
Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it.
Okay, red hairpiece has been entered into the court record. Okay, and we've got the corpse. Rapid random mode, engage.
You can do it!
I suppose this is where the victim...
Well, that's right. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself had already been taken away.
And would probably be under Dr. Sight's scalp by now, if not for what happened last week. Ah!
In the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
I know it's just a rope, but well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it.
I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality.
Kizaru-san is so strong though. She's taking this far better than I am. A little toy detective? Oh, what's this?
It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way.
Well, seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zieks playing with something like this.
Do you think this reminds him of Kazuma? What a terrible thing to say! Yes, I do. Sob. This is a really hard blow. This is rough. What if I go into full denial mode? We haven't seen the body. What if he was still hit for his... Also, like, you knew the victim personally? Imagine being at the scene of his death, I'd be nauseous. Yeah, exactly. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case.
Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all, in a way.
Policeman figurine has been entered into the court record. Okay. What? I must have done something. I just missed, didn't I? And this is presumably the murder weapon then. That's a lot of blood, isn't it? That sure is.
Oh my! It is real, I suppose.
I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them.
There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot.
No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Kusado, that was an uncharacteristically terrible idea. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Killer's revolver has been entered into the court record. Okay. And we've got the bobbies themselves. We'll talk to them. I'm interested in this candelabra. Candlestick holder. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off.
Yes, there's wax spattered on the wall behind, look.
I suppose if a bullet had hit it.
It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle.
I think Naruhodo will never pick up a gun ever again after the first case. The last time Ryo touched a gun, it didn't go well for him. You guys are on a wavelength.
Having fast passed through the inspector's body.
Well, that's... Oh, and that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Candelabrum has been entered into the court record. If we pull back out, that's suddenly a weird trajectory. That's definitely important. If it's blown the top of the candle off, then it's been fired from down on the ground. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore.
Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least still let in some light, so you could say...
You could say nothing more about it. The trajectory is the opposite of Gina case, right? Yes. I believe so. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. There's still some unanswered questions from the Gina case, I believe. Like, we don't know how did Benedict, what was his name? Graydon. How did Graydon know that Gina would have it? I don't remember if we found out, like, how he knew to follow her. I know that he had written himself a little description, but I don't recall where he got that. And we don't know who McGilded was selling it to, we don't know where he got it from. A lot of questions left about that one. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work, then. He was well liked. McGilded got the thing from Benedict's dad, right? He got the disc from Benedict's dad, yes. But we don't know, like, where he got it from. It was government secrets. We don't know if it was being transmitted from England to Japan or Japan to England. We do know that all of the names on that list, now, finally, are all dead. So, that is something. Looks like there's something behind me that we can look at. An empty fireplace makes the room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it?
It's thick with dust, look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time.
We'll get there. We'll get to the picture. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather.
Well, nobody lived here at all, and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely.
No, that's right. It's one or the other. Please tell me this isn't going to be, Miss Vigil. Virgil?
Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members.
What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head.
They are! Look, Mr. Naruhodo, quickly!
No! So this is where he would go to spend the night? Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow?
Of course she's familiar! We met her only this morning! It's Mrs. Vigil! This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here?
To be frank, well, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
So, was perhaps Mr. Vigil coming here on the nights when he was away from home because he was supposedly on warden duty? It could be that Mrs. Vigil's husband is the murderer. Yeah. Or at the very least is like inextricably linked to this case. Gregson is Mr. Vigil? No. No. I was like, I'm last. No. There's no way this man becomes Gregson. He doesn't even have chips. Whew. That would have been a lot. And like a weird double rifle, so.
This looks like some sort of notice board or something.
In the industry society, we call it a murder board. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
Mr. Naruhodo, look!
This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it?
Well, look at the case notes here, and details of prison inmates.
Yes. In fact, they're the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room?
Some old newspaper cuttings. And this one here.
Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean? to the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here?
Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason.
If only a detective could acquire these. These imply that it's Gregson's space, but the photo implies that it's Mr. Vigil's space. And overall, nothing makes sense. What are these up here? These turned around photos? I can't investigate them. Okay. Talk to this officer. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. I can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Since Vigil is also a chief warder? Well, I mean, he's not though. Why can't I investigate this clearly broken stall? That's kind of irritating. He was dismissed 10 years ago. And if I suppose they could be like really old notes. But the fact that it's the Red-Headed League newspaper. I can't think straight now. No, not at all. Okay. Have I missed anything here? Okay. I feel like I've got everything. Greg's. Suddenly don't see any. Okay, let's talk to Gina. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place?
That's what I want to know. It's what? Half a year since I got out the clink. Well, that's when I decided to give up my diving and become a detective instead.
Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he?
Something like that, I think. Well, anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the Yard. Goodness, really? Well, they say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that.
He did?
Yep, and ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the Yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently.
That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? What was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this?
I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, but look where that landed him.
Respect for the Reaper? In what way?
I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella.
And were his words? Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper.
Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke.
He has a lot of secret investigation. Yeah. I feel like he was really in Strongheart's pocket. Not necessarily, like, within his own will. I'm thinking the Professor case is what made him famous. I wonder if he's the one who solved that. It would depend on how long he's been a legend for. I don't see what else it would be. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard.
He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people who are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that.
Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here?
Apparently it's being rented by some cove called Hugh Bone.
Hugh Boone, probably, actually. The sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him.
I see. Well, judging from appearances, why would they suspect Van Zeeks in the first place? As I understand, they found him in the room holding the gun. I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time. If ever.
Right? All the lads from the Yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. There's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves.
Yeah, god damn it. Every goddamn time. Edgeworth, Rianowski, Van Zeeks. You could even argue Maya, just to an extent.
I do wonder.
Yes, Mr. Sato?
Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself?
What? How could that be?
Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his.
I'd never even considered that.
What, Suze? We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves.
You are?
If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it.
We should really investigate this place in detail. We did! Oh, you know what? I do need to examine everything we found. Okay, let's start from the start. We've got... On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, PA. Pennsylvania? Is that what that is? I don't know my US acronyms. USA. There is now another vacancy open at... Let me give you a little link. There you go. On account of the bequest of late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. It is Pennsylvania? Hog. Ah, Mr. Doc Vigil. Terrible. Link, how dare you. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. Got some info from Bartholomew's Hospital, public health report, retrospect. Okay. President Birkin. Okay, then there's Mr. Vigil when he was younger. A letter of introduction printed on the back of a ticket. We've got that Mr. Vigil had his license revoked for plotting to jailbreak a convict, presumably the professor. We have Inspector Gregson's wig. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like.
That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you?
I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of birdlime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean.
That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think?
Okay. Got our little policeman figurine. It's chipped, it's got some yellow paint, but it's otherwise decently unremarkable.
The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear.
I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody had enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Stress toy. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun.
Speaking of charming, I'm here now. The most charming. Hi, Will. How you doing?
Oh my god, you've got a little conductor symbol.
Welcome, welcome.
Oh!
What's that? It appears to be some sort of key.
But it's tiny though. It couldn't be. I'm sorry, but it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Cool! Neat as hell. Completely unexpected. This looks like some sort of key.
Yeah, it does. A very tiny and simple key.
What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Let's find out. Okay. And the gun. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon.
Oh my. It is real, I suppose.
Gun looks very gun. Like, yeah, it's detecting. Yeah, we are detecting so good right now. What's this little thing on the bottom? Well, I think so. If this has to do with Greg and Gina, I'm going to pull my eyes out. I can't handle that. Guns are so rare in Japan. I know very little about them. Perhaps someone more familiar with firearms could shed a light on things here. Maybe we can present it to Gina or Shams or someone at some point. What is this? I guess guns are just supposed to have that? I'm also not very familiar with guns. They are not at all common in Australia. Okay. And we've got our weird gunshot candle. Any Americans in the game? Not as of yet, actually. VGS said no rights for Americans. Ah, there are some black marks here, look. You joke, but they really were just like, oh yes, this is indeed a gun. And Van Zieks was holding it. I wonder if forensics will come into play here, since we're having the symposium. Oh yes, they looks like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, but I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. And we have the framed photo of Mrs. Vigil. Interesting. As an American, I can say that yes, it is very much gun aligning. Good to have that verified, thank you. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. As I said, it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently, the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's pulling one of the candles apart completely. And the gun is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's in it. No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. There's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? A bigwig lawman, is it? No. Not Strongheart, would it be? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. But I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all. Wajigoko and Mikotoba is also bigwig lawman. They definitely are. I cannot for the life of me think of how they would be involved in this already. I'm sure they will become involved. I think it's so convenient that as the Professor case starts to come to light, I don't know, I think that maybe Strongheart was nervous that he was losing his grip on both Van Zieks and Gregson. And this sure does take them out in one fell swoop. You can get both of them out of the way. I think that we should expect a real uphill battle this trial. I don't know if I trust the jury to be particularly cooperative. Probably refer to them as something else. Yeah, I think so too. I think it has to be Strongheart. Strongheart finally pinning things on Van Zieks. Interesting. We can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Okay, Gina said she doesn't know much about guns. There's probably not much use in presenting that to her. I wonder if she has something to say about the wig. Gina, what do you make of this? What is that? Evidence? Worked something out about what happened, have ya? Oh, no, not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss. Okay. Anything about this one? No, the same. Okay. In that case... Hydrate? Yes, let me drink some water. Okay, let me rack my brain as well while I drink. Am I missing anything here? I don't think I am. So, let's go speak to Strongheart if we can. I believe we still have... Yes. I want to talk to him. 1st November. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. You've made good time? Took an express train back to London.
Thank you for the head pat! Hehehe.
Literally every time I see it, I get so happy. It is so thrilling.
We investigated good! And stretch from Josh, yes sir. Big stretch. Let me stretch out Sholmes as well. There we go. Hehehehe. Hehehehe.
Okay. I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Him! 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 You make a squish one where you compress? Yeah, I can. I will do just about anything to avoid looking at the main thing on the screen right now. Big stretch. Nothing else to see here. It's just me. Just me on the screen. Nothing else. Nothing else that we need to look at here. Just cover that up completely. Nothing to worry about here. Okay. Deep breath. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. No, we are not sweaty, but thank you for checking in. We are not winning. It's Kazuma-sama. Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. And I suppose Osogi will be the prosecutor. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. He's so close. Kazuma. Ah, but of course. You're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Osogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Fuck! Shit! Bastard! Partner! Okay. Maisie, hi! Oh my god. Okay. Partner! It's gonna be fine. It's gonna give us those on-guard trial feelings. Right? And it's not gonna be soul-crushing. I am not doing good, thank you for asking. He reeks of Baroque, and I do not know if this is a good or bad thing. So Gregson is dead. We are defending Lord Van Zieks. Hopefully Strongheart will make that an executive order so we can actually get away with doing that. God knows Van Zieks isn't gonna let us. And we are doing it against Kazuma. This is fine. This is fine. Kazuma is just Baroque Jr.? Yeah. For now. You're not supposed to be a prosecutor. You were supposed to be a defense attorney. Leading the prosecution. Wait. What? Kazuma? Where's this Hachimaki? Sir, where's your breeze? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama? A prosecutor?
I don't like that he just stands there behind him. Prosecutor Asogi. Oh my god. When I said that I thought it would be fun to go up against him, I didn't mean like this. When I said I thought Van Zieks would be removed from the picture somehow so that we could face Asogi in court, I didn't mean like this. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. I am feeling the dread, thank you for asking. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. From those little snippet episodes I saw, this is so far away from that Kazuma. I am so sad. Yeah, absolutely. I think, like, I don't think he's gone, you know? Like, our Kazuma, he's still our Kazuma. He just has something he needs to take care of, is the vibe I'm getting. He can't talk to us right now, probably because it would endanger us, or it would endanger him, or it would stop him from being able to get to the bottom of things. But I still trust him. Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters.
And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. He's the closest he's ever been right now, but he's so far away. Yeah. Unreachable. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now. No. Tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Interesting. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. That's what I'm scared of.
But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? Well, it'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You're quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary causing wrecks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution.
Miyanosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months.
Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend.
Oh. My friend. On this side I keep my sword, and on this side I keep my katana. Yeah! Good for him. Wait, can I show you- I'm sorry to take a break from this abruptly, but can I show you guys what I've been working on? I am hoping that I will get, further into this tonight and we can stream it tomorrow. I am drawing them. I love them. Still a ways to go, but soon we will be able to do lines and stuff. I love them so much. This is obviously the reunion scene. Big hug. They're in love. I care them so much. Originally I was gonna put Ryu in his little DLC outfit because I think that's really fun, but it has a lot of buckle. And also I thought the white and black would make a nice visual contrast of their outfits, so I ended up putting him in his default outfit. But I love them. Draw the boys kissing next? Maybe I will. It's so hard to draw! Yeah, I went to put all of the belts on. Hang on, I've got like an earlier sketch here somewhere. Sorry, you can see my 3D models as well. But yeah, my earlier sketch, I'm like trying to put the buckles on and his little armband, and I was like, never fucking mind. Fuck this. I'm doing it like this now. But we're doing Kazuma's nice outfit. I'm gonna get all of those details in. Anyway, sorry, back to the game. I just got excited about it. Okay. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Ziegs? His DLC outfit was designed specifically to contrast Kazuma's prosecutor outfit. I love that. That's so cool. It definitely works. Like the double-breasted, yeah, I totally see it. And that would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. Double belts for the double sword. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No. Gregson had his gun on his person. And what about Lord Van Ziegs? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant is no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Ziegs. May I show him any of this? I don't want to give too much away, and we have asked about the gun already. Well, Strongheart specifically, I don't want to, Yes, cool, I was hoping Kazuma wouldn't disappear. There we go. I'm on it! I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Oh, you can't play Mokshan! Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. But there's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Oh. Oh, we just got dumped. We just got broken up with. Oh. I refuse to accept it. He can play at his little games all he wants. He has things he needs to do. I respect that. I have unconditional trust in him, no matter what. Even if he seems like he's not on our side, Even if he seems like he has become a different person, like he hates us now, I trust him and I trust that he has a good reason for everything that he's doing. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Maybe so. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Ooh, he doesn't want us on the case. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Kazuma, hold it. Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? I'm getting deja vu. This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Yeah! Yes! Hey, what's all this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Gregson! No, he was so cute back then. Oh my god, look at him. Yeah, up against him in court, of course. Oh my god. Okay. He was so full of life and hope. And then of course something happened to Clint, but look at Gregson smiling. I miss him so much. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Give me half a second. Sorry, thank you. My mate came home, wanted to say hello, wanted to let the dog out to see her because he was dead through it. Oh my god, true people that he cared about both dead. Oh gosh, okay. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. A photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? You are so bad at faces. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Gregson's photograph has been entered into the court record. Oh my gosh. Okay. Cuts them both out of the photo, so it's just baby Van Zieks. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke! Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Excellent, 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 excellent. Okay, so I think the reason that, oops, sorry, wrong place. I saw prison. I believe the reason that Kazuma wants us specifically on this case as the defense attorney is that he trusts us implicitly, right? That's Kazuma's whole deal, is he believes in Ryu. He believes in his potential as a defense attorney. And I don't think he trusts anyone else to get this right, you know? I don't think that he thinks Van Zieks is innocent. Wait, I think that he thinks Van Zieks is innocent. And therefore, he wants Ryu to be the one defending him because Ryu can actually pull it off, even if Kazuma gives his all against him. Which makes me so excited for this next case. My favorite case of the mainline games is DL6, obviously. But after that, it's got to be the On Guard trial because of the way that feels. I don't want to say too much about it. I know there's people in chat who are currently playing through the Ace Attorney trilogy, but the way the On Guard trial feels when you are working through it, like partners. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have high hopes for this case. Okay. 1st November, local prison cell 1. Your reactions make me nervous that I'm very, very wrong. But that's okay. That'll be fun too. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Lord Van Zeeks is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. He's just angsting. 2 of the 3 friends he has in this world are dead, and the other one's in Germany. Of course he's reading over his letter. And I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret, and I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. Most of the time not even wrong, just fucking the context I have that I can't talk about. Yeah, soon. One day. One day. Okay.
We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi! That made the color drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all.
You sure are. Hi.
I'm going to defend you whether you like it or not. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
We are Baroques, Mr. Sholmes. We are a little bug. Yeah! Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. Me neither, Ryunosuke. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. He's just a pot-stirring bitch?
But what could he have been hoping to achieve?
And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. You threw wine bottles, you are part of the kangaroo court? Okay, queen. Okay. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. Sorry. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all us Japanese. Genshin Impact affects everyone, including people in the 1900s. Ruining lives for 200 years. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. More proof! I really don't think he did it. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. New song? So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted an Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? Is that what this one's called? The Reminiscence of Barak Van Zieks?
Oh, it's really good. It gives me, Undertale... Is it Fallen Down? Or is it the very slow version of the Waterfall song? This game could not have been localized in a more timely time than the height of Genshin Impact.
It's got the Professor leitmotif.
I see. Are there any video essays on the DTS OST? I would love to watch some. Man in charge of the Professor case inquiry. Lord Mael Strongheart. Shocking. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart. He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead.
Interesting.
Since that time, he's the only person to whom I've felt indebted.
I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, there's a tiny bit of discussion of BTS music in 8-Bit Music Theory's Ace Attorney video, but no specific BTS discussions. I have seen that one, which is very good. I want to see something like the, I think it's Sideways has the, Sweeney Todd video. I want to see something like that.
That was the one that taught me about leitmotifs.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all things, as a lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it.
And I can understand why, now I know the history.
But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his. The reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and then he intends to take it in court tomorrow.
My DGS experience was considerably lessened by the fact that I couldn't hear the music very well most of the time. No, that's so rough.
It's really good.
My fun fact is that the audio and video are ever so slightly desynced for me, but not for you.
And I cannot work out why that is, and it's by like a third of a second, so it's not worth fixing. It's only noticeable really during the cutscenes or like the desk slams. I just think it's funny.
Everyone say thank you to Hiramatsu Maeda and Yasumasa Kitagawa for giving us the books.
Well, you know why? I've never used a capture card before. Greggson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy.
I can help you probably? That would be nice. I don't think it needs fixing, but
in the future, if I decide to stream something that requires less desync, I might message you.
Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he?
I was so excited for him to go to Paris because he'd be safe.
Kitagawa, my beloved. I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
The first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh. You have to have your comp listen for your capture card?
I see. Interesting. I will look into it. I hadn't really bothered because I figure as long as it's not out of sync for you guys, then it's fine. Since it's not enough to bother me. It's funny as when Ryu does his little, like, face slap. That one's a bit comical.
Okay, I will have a look into it. Thank you so much, Queen.
Beloved. Alright. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say, but we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Gregson theme. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself. By uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. Aha! If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had great confidence in the Inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. Religion, always advancing science. I don't have confidence in anyone. Oh. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. Okay, well, I can present some evidence to the contrary. What really went on between Lord Van Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? You lack trust, Barrock, and that's the most important thing. That's one of the conceits of the game, so don't worry. We'll teach you that you can trust us. Love it. We will successfully defend you in court, don't you worry. Even though you do not want us to. I've done this before! Like 4 Naruhodos later. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah yes. That's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That... I don't know. Oh! That's so sad. He didn't think Gregson didn't care for him when he had that picture of him on the desk of them all together. Sound of crying. I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stored it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. He really lost a whole gun. Ryu only lost his locker combination like 3 times. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? Well, it's not decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure. I love you. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost.
Is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
Details of Gregson's photograph have been updated. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. You were aware of that?
Respect? That's nonsense.
No, we've had someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less.
Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you.
I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper of the Bailey. And Deeks is one of the characters ever.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. There's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Van Zieks.
The very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. I gave him the chalice and it almost bounced into his mouth. You love to see it. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. I really don't think he did. I really don't think Mr. Asogi did it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. And you should know that, Van Zieks. Oh. The fact that none of them can provide a motive for him. They all say it seems so out of character. It's gotta be a setup, right? How on earth? Where does this random exchange student get a dog with a 1,000-pound collar with a B insignia on it? At worst, he was working with the Baskervilles. At best, he was completely framed. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph?
Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me?
Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo.
Then my life is in your hands. I'm not crying, you're crying. Oh, that got me quite a lot. There are tears on my face. Oh my god. Okay, full disclosure, playing through this so far, I've been like, Van Zieks is a really cool character, He's very nuanced, he's very fun, I really enjoy like being in the courtroom against him, he's very fun to play against from both I like this character perspective and a good game design perspective. And he's attractive, but I don't like care about him. You know, like he's cool, but I don't have any desire to like draw him, or I don't really think about him very much. It has all hit me at once, like everything. I would die for him. I love him. He is one of the characters ever. He lost his brother, and then he at least believed that he was betrayed by one of his closest friends and someone that he thought had so much integrity, someone that he trusted, and so for what, the past 10 years, he's just been miserable. He's been so closed off to the world, he's refused to trust anyone. He's just been in this little icy... Oh my god. And now he puts his trust in us. What you're saying is Beric Van Ziek's out soon? I mean, I'm not saying that. I do see now, Queen. I really see. I really get it. Oh my god. Mr. Van Zieks, I love you. CGS2, I always liked him. Now I, like, care about him. I really, really care about him. I've had Van Zieks for about a month now. But finally, if anything happens to him, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself. Well, he is so miles edge worth it also. Thank you, Queen. For Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma. Gregson! Oh, Gregson. I miss him so much. To be continued, Pog. Let me save. Let's save over... Let's save over this one. I don't know if I missed the line or if I missed it, but when Rio was talking about Kazuma in the localization, he said I respected him a lot, although in the OG version he calls him my pride and joy. My pride and joy. Oh my gosh. We are on to trial part 1. Actually, sorry, hold on. I don't want to. Hang on. We are going to play trial. We are going to play some of trial part 1 tonight. We will see if we finish it. I might go to bed before we get to the end, but if not, maybe we can finish it. The first part of the trial, obviously, not the whole case. But for now, I want to take a little break. Get some snacks, stretch my legs. I encourage everyone else to do the same. He is my pride and joy. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. Okay.
Okay, crunching done. Unnecessary feelings, my beloved.
For real, I cannot believe they gave us that. Thank you so much, Ace Attorney. Oh, God, Van Zeeks is giving me so many Miles feelings, but also Van Zeeks feelings, which is new. I haven't had to deal with Van Zeeks feelings before. I'm used to dealing with the Miles feelings. I started case 4 today and was immediately shocked with the intro cutscene. Welcome, Josh. Hope you get to play more of case 4. I mean, it would have been pretty out of nowhere, and writing is a lot about consistency and flow, and the localization team has been excellent at that. They certainly have. I'm really impressed. I might have missed it, but which bit did Vio say the pride and joy line? Hang on, let me find the earlier message. This message. Can you click on that? I actually don't know how Twitch works. If you click on the thread, you should be able to see the whole message, right? To remind me to link it with my fanfic when this is done? Absolutely! Okay. How's on my theme? I was like, haha, I'll deal psychic damage to chat by hitting them with Reminiscence and then Nocturne, and I didn't think about how I would be dealing myself psychic damage as well. I believe so, yes. Right at the end there. Okay. Second November, 8:56 AM. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. Our client. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please.
Okay, I do apologize.
However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected.
A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like... I was wondering,
actually, when Strongheart was talking about how this was going to be history-breaking, I was like, I wonder if he's wanting to overthrow the juror system. Very much the opposite of AA4. They ran out of people in London. They've now had all 6 million of them on the jury, some of them twice. Sorry, did I say 6 million? I meant all 6 of them. They've now had all 6 of the people of London on the jury. I really need to know what's up with that. Who on earth is in charge of creating the juries?
a trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago.
A closed court. Blonde again! Blonde again! Oh, thank fucking God. Thank you, sir. Welcome back. I missed you. Much like the BBC, when it comes to shows like Doctor Who, 1900 London also only has 6 people. Alright. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. You made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo. An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. What to one man is a little hair problem is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning.
But you woke up early for Van Zeek's trial anyway.
My husband has returned and he's plumbed again. Thank God, thank God.
Oh dear, how awful for you.
Don't give him sympathy, he doesn't deserve it. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you, Ryu. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. I missed Jigoku in a suit. He looked really good. He looked really good. I had to take a minute. When I saw him as a judge, I was like, yeah, whatever, he's just the judge. When I saw him in a suit, one wasn't even a potion, it was just dish soap. Good for him. I do see now why you thirst. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Had my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases. The Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be... your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Aww. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own... What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. He is not complimenting us. Sorry to barge in. Almost a compliment. Gina and Mikotoba. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? Being postponed. So I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Joy of my life is watching Automod catch Dill. I'm sorry that you're constantly getting jailed, Ramen. The more you get jailed, the more that we can add permitted terms, and the less that you will get jailed. Otto? There are plenty of fruits in this courtroom, worry you not. It will be quicker, I just went to grab food. You beat me to it by about half a second. Oh. Yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him. What killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that. Yet. I don't care who calls him what. Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least, that may be some solace to the deceased. No jury, so Rio can't genius his way out of making the jury guilty. Shit! God damn it, you're right. How are we gonna summation examination when there's no jury to summation examination? Maybe we can rely on Sholmes interrupting the trial at random points. Oh, her little shoulders. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this. For the boss. Summation examine the judge. Dream world. No more Ryu walking, and we haven't even had a logic and reasoning spectacular. I do believe that, I think that we will probably recess and do another investigation portion, just because I expect this trial to be decently long, and that is normally what makes them quite long. I do not think we will be concluding this trial in a in-game day. Casimir, I must summate examine you. Yeah. Yeah. I love him. Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find who've done this and make the wretch pay.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please.
All right then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Benzies. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all those dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes! So, Kazuma, on what grounds do you find the defendant guilty? Is that not what I've been telling you this whole time? Like telling you that? Barking, growling at that Sholmes sprite? Show me your face! Look me in the eye when you lie to me! Is it terrible that the fact that he is such a shady little bastard makes me like him so much more? What is he hiding? He's so interesting! He's such a compelling character! This, like, mentor figure who you trust and you know has, like, good intentions, but also, like, does he? Like, he's not a bad guy, but he's sure he's hiding so much shit that would have been really beneficial for you to know. And maybe, like, I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. I have to know everything about him. He deserves bug spray? Yeah, but he also deserves kisses. He always said the eyes give away a lot, so he hides his eyes when he lies. Oh, I see. Also, the sprite where he does hide his eyes really reminds me of Ace Attorney 4 Phoenix, which is vibes. Okay. I'm so excited about this case. 2nd November, 9:20 AM. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Arok Van Zieks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready. Bro! You're one-upping me? The first sentence of the trial and you're one-upping me?
Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels... But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
Truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders.
Can we please take down the Queen? I would love that. How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today.
If no members of the public are present, may I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? Who do you want to take down, Cotton? The Queen! Not you. You're the Turtle Queen. I want to take down the Queen of England. Are you the Queen of England? If you're the Queen of England, things are about to get a lot less amicable. I'm so sorry. They really... Did everyone see the latest news? They really pulled a, she's gone to a nice farm to play with lots of other queens. See, you're American is the thing, right? You're Queen of America. But as an Australian, as a colony, the Queen is unfortunately my queen. I mean, the Queen of England was on her deathbed for how long after the Rona? The Queen of England from the East Coast of the United States. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another, unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain.
Kazuma?
Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Can you two get a room? They did, the courtroom. So because both sides of the bench are not English, they've decided to throw the whole trial in the drink? I think that's why, but also yes. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Pritzner Street, on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. We are all looking disrespectfully. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
Prosecution gets titty, that's how it works.
The Professor case.
How sure are you about the time of the incident? I hope that there's Van Zeke's glass breaking in witness stand, or else it would be sad. I hope we get the leggy up.
Certified breasty, I mean bestie?
Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time.
Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses.
I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly.
How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, counsel.
Autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum mounted on that, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord.
Crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair.
So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other.
When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
So, the details of the case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
Now, I'm no big titty lawyer.
I am, excuse me! Pushes feebly into the courtroom, knocking over stacks of papers with my huge natural.
A name, please, counsel.
Naturally, the accused himself. His little fingers on his head.
Lord Van Zieks.
As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
I miss you, present tense. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Varrock Van Zieks,
Old Bailey prosecutor. Let me just shoot a gun and then loiter around the scene, still holding the gun until the police come.
I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening creases.
I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime,
And that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness.
The facts of the incident. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Okay, sort of a bizarre testimony. That testimony was the whole truth.
It was.
So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. And yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi.
It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all.
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Okay. There's no need to be me and Kazuma. Why were you investigating Gregson?
Hold it!
You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed.
The court to understand, then, that on the day in question he followed the victim to the scene,
No, I was privy to his movements in advance.
I mean, was Ryu even there for case one? He's being the same customer as always. He's eloquent, he's a bit sassy. I love him. Yeah, he's just doing it at someone we like. Ow.
I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you.
Is that not the case, Lord Benzies?
Not feeling the best, but I'm working to support this queen on International Women's Day. Hi, BJ! I hope you feel better soon. That is so rough. I forgot it was International Women's Day. Happy day to all women. Sorry, Gina, that this happened to you on such an awful day. I really hope you feel better soon.
I was aware of the possible consequences.
So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why.
I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man?
When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. This doesn't make sense to me.
Are you talking about Gina got promoted on Women's Day? Queen?
No. I do like that Kazuma employs our tactics on our defendant.
Yeah!
Prosecution with the skills of the defense.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun?
I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room.
But you say it was very dark in there.
Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another's presence.
Aha! Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room?
No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going from bad to worse.
And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor?
Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not.
What?
The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But Baby Ryu's failed slap. Beloved. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Oh.
Okay, just I picked the firearm up to examine it. The door flew open and I heard a man scream.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume. Yeah, Lincoln, it's very dumb. Absolutely! You should just be able to go ahead and send that link since you're a subscriber. I believe you have that privilege. Hug! I am not going to watch this now, but I'm going to copy the link and watch it later. Here we go. Thank you, Queen! That's right, one of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Ina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
But you're supposed to be the Reaper.
first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled.
A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. What do you mean appeared? What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth.
Instantaneous kinesis?
As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was.
Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand?
At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more.
Albert is quaking. I see.
After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
So, that's Lord Van Zeke's account. Do you have any thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, mainly that it really doesn't ring true in all sorts of ways. I'm going to take this opportunity to examine all of the new evidence that we got through Kazuma. So we got the autopsy.
Oh my god, seeing his name there hurts so much. Oh, I feel like I just got punched.
Okay, the coroner this time was Maria Gori. The victim was Tobias Gregson, aged 45, British. There is no time of death recorded. The cause of death, victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Additional observations are that the caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. We also have the crime scene floor plan. So Gregson's in the corner. This is the door. Van Zeeks is standing somewhere in here, and then he sees Gregson. Okay. Mainly that it really doesn't ring true in all sorts of ways. Who fired the gun if there was nobody else there? And how did the corpse just appear in front of him? They really give guns to their prosecutors? England! So, you think Lord Van Zeeks is lying? No, I don't think that. I mean, if he was going to lie, I would expect him to have come up with a more credible story, wouldn't you? Yes, I completely agree. I think he genuinely doesn't know what really happened to himself. So we must do what we can to fill in the gaps. Yes, first and foremost, we need more information. Which statement haven't we pressed yet? I think statement 2 we didn't press. He doesn't need one, he already has his sword. Very silly. Exactly. Had you ever been to the address before?
No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 PM, the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain.
Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here.
Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the death.
Objection!
Oh, his voice. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak Van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? New theme. New theme. Oh, this is a banger. This one's really good. What is that supposed to mean? A prosecutor reborn! Oh my god.
Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say.
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark.
That's correct.
No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. The leitmotif running through it! Oh my god. Oh, this theme is so very... all the motifs at once! Oh my gosh. Sorry, we're just sitting here listening to this for a moment. Oh my god, it really hits. It sure does punch you in the gut. You guys were not kidding when you said that this was just punch after punch after punch. It's such a messy sounding song, which very much tracks with him. It's messy, but in this, like... in this imposing way. You know, even though it's, like, chaotic, it still sounds competent, just like him. Oh my god. It's really good. Listen to all those instruments. Oh, okay. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from a firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the other. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. But look, I love reading out the like gotcha moments. It's so fun. I prefer them when they're on the defense's side. I use messy in a very admiring way, like so much musical talent. To make it above anyway, but to my ears messy is the only way I can describe it. Absolutely. It's like a mental state when I hear it. The professor theme as well. It is all wrapped up. Oh my god. Songs that make me feel insane. Okay. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper clippings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. This scroll is longer than Zeke's scroll? Interesting. I will take that however I will.
Indeed. What is this common thread, counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak Van Zieks. I wonder It doesn't mesh with the photograph. I wonder if Gregson happened to be investigating the Reaper. And Van Zieks was also investigating the Reaper separately. And they perhaps stumbled onto the Reaper's hideout.
Look at this smug little bastard, I love him. He knows he's got the longest scroll.
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Baroque Van Zieks. All of them. And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord.
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards. Explain, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the men's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. That's all well and good, Casimir, except it's not Van Zieks, it's not the Reaper! Exactly! What?
We just got owned really hard. He's a very good prosecutor. Order!
Casimir, I hate you, but I love you, but I hate you, but I love you. Casimir, I love you, but can you stop beating me into the ground? His eyes are so bright, even though he's being so mean to us.
Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court.
Annie, I'm gonna say that one does constitute spoilers. Please be a little more careful.
I can infer quite a bit from that.
He knows me likes to be beaten? Oh my god. It's okay, we will make mistakes. I am just giving you a friendly warning.
For real, like, it is so easy to slip.
Don't worry about it.
Baroque Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention. The defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts.
All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Casimir's done a brilliant job as ever. He is drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable.
Yeah, he is. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed to the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental when establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Doesn't he hit Ryu with Karama in the DGS on promo video? Beloved. I have not seen that. I will have to watch that. Thank you, my lord. Notice word has been entered into the court record. And now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold... Sorry, a bit loud. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshots and went running into the room.
Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. Does bestie things, like BDSM. Oh, she's cute. Him again? Oh no, his life has gotten significantly worse since we last saw him. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Named? We don't use names. Aren't too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy. So what we like, live where we want to live.
It gives them all a vacant stare as they will walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know? jaunty little tidbits. Got the absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel it is.
6 is the price and not a penny less.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir, don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man.
Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel.
Alright, 6 it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Fleet Street have just had twins. No way! That's bonkers! That's crazy! No way! Could it be? I've forgotten their names. But the scarves! They were cute. Is that it? No, that's not it! It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. That bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. Got more, you know? Want another juicy one? 6 a piece it is, if you're curious. Really squeamish about swollen things? No! This is gonna be a rough case for you then. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Good eye, Ryu! Sean's has rubbed off on him. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 a pop. What do you say?
The old guy with the swollen red nose and he's 23 in the cafe case. Yeah. He sells explosives. You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Now, firecrackers. Big bang, leaves scorch marks. Definitely a very key piece of evidence there.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want to part with 6 for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
I tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel.
Alright, I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special. Only 600 pence.
Bullying Ryu the child. 600.
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there?
What's today's attorneys being tricked into paying for random things for everyone? Naruhodo family trait. They are all so mean to him. The fact that even, like, I expect this from Kazuma and Susato. From the judge? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blow up the Old Bailey either. Venus Firecrackers has been entered into the court record. Now that is poggers. And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell? I'm a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think therefore I am. I am therefore I think. I think. As I stand there on the street, watching the world go on about me, they call me the Observator. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything. A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and I think for what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today. Please.
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. You can just say no. No, he can't. God bless, no, he can't.
I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime. Well, I'll be beggared, I thought, just between us.
Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
Well, what I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow, playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
Plato. Plato's cave.
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these 3 witnesses now. Can you describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident?
Witness testimony. In theory he can, yeah, but not in practice.
The witness's account.
So the whole thing from start to finish we did, everything from the moment they went into the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all had a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
Ran into the room and there he was. The Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared half to death of me, so I ran off to find a copper.
If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak Van Zeeks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy summer wedding. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased.
And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No! Oh, Kazuma, you are so attractive even though you are beating my ass into the ground right now. Hugh Boone sounds like huge bones. Huge bones! Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. Queen! Come on! We already went over this. We know whose is bigger. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. Okay. The witness's account. Oh, I see. Longer. Alright, let's go over this one more. Okay. So, they saw everything from the moment they went into the building to the end. Less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside, there was a loud bang. Gossip went right in and found the Reaper with the gun in hand standing over the dead body. Venus went to find the police. Okay. What's the most important thing to press on here? I think let's get our facts all in a row from the very start.
It was less than a minute after the
Wait, did I not press just then? I'm having a stroke. Oh my god.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? I don't know why, but I still got the feeling the lease belongs to Mr. Vigil because of the photo of his wife, but it doesn't make much sense. That's what I think as well. Like, we just need more information at the end of the day. It doesn't quite add up yet. Holmes canon? I see! So much Holmes canon. We love to see it. Okay. Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks. I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last. That's for sure and certain. just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. First fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. Super nice how much DGS team put a lot of care in incorporating Holmes canon. Yeah, they worked really hard. The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that, does it?
Yeah, if they really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fiery red lobster burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well. Where'd the trunk go?
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. How quickly you forget, Ryu. Cousin was gonna tear us to shreds! But, I want to know more about this trunk. I don't believe that there was a trunk in the room when we arrived. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Of course! You saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't you? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. But then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. How far back does my history go? Not far enough, okay.
The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
Okay. Photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. Let's have a look at that. Thank you, Ryu, for asking all of the questions that I want answers to. Oh my god, this is painful. Oh. Oh, Gregson. Gregson. Let's see. So proud of Ryu throughout everything. Yeah. Nothing jumps out to me immediately as suspicious. Let me look behind my head real quick. Yeah, no, okay, that's just full bloods. Let me see. His finger? It is at an odd angle, isn't it? And they are quite pale. They've definitely been deliberately shaded that way. The blood loss went from the extremities. Let's find out more about this trunk. His eyes are closed? Yeah. Very peaceful. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared. What, you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in there. No question about that.
My eyes would be closed too if I was wincing from the pain of being shot, to be fair. Yeah. Now, when they said they saw Gregson, what I'm thinking right now is that someone else wearing the red hairpiece went in. No, Gregson had to have gone in there. He was planning on going there anyway because Van Zieks was going there because he knew that Gregson was going there. I was thinking perhaps that Gregson was killed elsewhere and then his body was moved in the trunk and that's why it seemed like he just appeared. But then, no, it doesn't make sense. That doesn't track at all. I do think the red hairpiece though means that basically anyone could have been the one who walked in. since they don't know Gregson's face. And then they could have just put it on Gregson.
We definitely saw him in the dock going in there. No question about that.
Less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside, they heard a big bang, and it wasn't one of your fireworks? Van Zieks with the red hair piece? Deranged. Quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip wanted to run in. Gossip ran in. And there was the Reaper standing over the dead.
Thank you so much! Annie was Nani. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Gun in hand standing over the dead body.
Hold it!
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene. Is that right? What if he's already killed long before and then used the explosive to make it seem the firearm is fire? Right. No more deranged than Sholmes with red hair? What about Sholmes with blue hair? So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene. Is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did. And yelled out, "What's going off here?"
Lord Van Zieks claims all he heard was the man's scream, though.
And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it was the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zieks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Barak Van Zieks.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself.
Excuse me.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. Enough out of you, Sandwich! Keep your trap shut now! Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. And when he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it? Oh, you rotten beggar! I told you to keep that a secret! Is that... Screamed, he did! Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? Floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck! What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, still kept giving that Reaper a cold, hard stare, and don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? Well, I was scared, so I slipped over. We can just keep it between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include aforementioned details at once. Confused because it doesn't make sense, right? How did he slip in blood? That's not where the blood was. If I touch the evidence, my bad. I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. Then why didn't we see any traces of that? Let's have a look through the evidence again. So the door is up the top here. They come through there. Gregson is over here in his little pool of blood. And what, he's standing here and he slips in blood and wipes it off? That doesn't make any sense. I feel like we got something else that I haven't... Yeah, okay, I haven't looked at the Oh my god, I haven't looked at so much. Okay. Let's examine these, and then we can go back and maybe present the floor plan.
There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there?
This paper from 10 years ago was browning with age, look.
Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here.
Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out.
And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too.
Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? Possibly not at all needed, but the door opens inwards, so also if you were standing at the door you wouldn't necessarily see the corpse that's hidden behind the door.
That is a really excellent point, Josh.
Handprint! Is this the blood he smeared then?
Well, that would mean that this was lying down on the ground in front of the door. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look!
Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. It looks just like a handprint.
And the colour? Well, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing.
Bloody handprint on the backside. Interesting. The only way... I mean, it could be completely unrelated, obviously. But I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. Well, you'd think if he wiped it, it would be more of like a smudge than a perfect handprint, so maybe not. Anything special here? The wick.
Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks.
Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like.
Should we find out?
What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom.
Dang.
Well, he's slipping, so he still needs to push himself up. That's a good point. That would suddenly leave a more well-formed handprint. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang.
My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounds almost exactly like...
Haha, it goes off like a gunshot. Okay. Okay, is there anything else I've examined the photograph, and we've been through everything that we got earlier. I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. The floor plan or the... I think I want to present the notice board against this.
Objection!
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
Oh, he sounds so cool. The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out. Prosecutor Asogi. Get his ass through you. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Oh yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive colour of blood.
You're dead right. That's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere.
Objection!
He sounds so cool. The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position, even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time. It would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. That explains how he got blood as well. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by the board moving, right? Hampering, like you say. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is. If the witness has put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards.
What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved.
What?
Get him, Ryu!
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet. But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be...
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
Sir, Counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion to the court.
Sorry, yawning.
At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
So... Okay. Gossip claims that he comes in and he stumbles over when he sees the body, which means that he must have what? Come in, opened the door. The door opens inwards, like Josh says, which makes for sort of confusing, but it means that they get to walk in before seeing it, potentially even closing the door behind them. So he should be somewhere around here by the time that because he has to go around the door. The door toppled the board? Yes! Yes, right, if you have the board there, then the door opening knocks it over and it falls down right here.
Take that!
This is the only possible location.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Ayak! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
Exactly, Barrack said it with bang. But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. Well, that's true. Or, in his precise words,
Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan. Consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious!
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. You're so big brain, Nautilus. When you eliminate the impossible, what remains must be the truth. Hehehe.
Order. Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what have you to say for yourself?
What? Me, my lord. You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
Witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me, I get the message.
Mystery of the moving board.
I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wipe my hands on it, that's all. Oh, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
I'm not so convinced.
So none of you can elaborate further.
And I did notice that there is no time of death on the autopsy report. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened.
That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's just destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak Van Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. The defense still wished to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances.
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel.
Og? Okay, mystery of the moving board. Doesn't know anything about the notice board, just wiped his hand on it. Doesn't know anything about the notice board, was busy doing business with second years? What does that mean? I thought that she came running in and then left to call the police. Actually, yeah, I don't want to look further, I just want to go straight ahead and press that.
Hold it!
Wait a fucking minute.
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom Come. I've been telling on it, letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. Why let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys? Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids will come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
What a racket.
Of course. And sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a very busy old life selling explosives.
Minos is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
What an interesting thing to admit when you're on the stand.
Excuse me!
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, would we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Sandwich doing the Lord's work for us. Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts.
What's this theme called? This theme is really nice.
Well, let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it.
Machinations and deductions? Thank you, Ramen!
Would those words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one. Don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you?
What do you want about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that, and I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set 'em off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him too. That's right, that rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
You firecrackers packed such a punch.
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah.
Either you clearly remember it, or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh, yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened.
And what did you see? You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please. As if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please. As if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place the once over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please. As if it would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move that board. I liked that expression on him.
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft bomb-pop! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
Blasted, eh?
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please. I should be so lucky.
The truth now!
I might have found this old pocket watch underneath the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you ask So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it. Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The Professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail, even when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then.
It's not all that though. I took it to Jabez that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Ugh! I knew I should have lifted it.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please. Just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done.
Not working, you say. Can we get a time of death from this?
Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children. Watch your manners.
Good lord. The glass appears to be broken.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
So he was killed at 5. Do we have timestamps on anything else? Nothing here. I don't believe we have a timestamp for the death. I mean, I'm sure that there was a time when Gina showed up, but I don't remember what that was.
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
It's actually when the gunshot was heard then. Noted.
Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
Gregson's pocket watch has been entered into the court record. Let's have a look at that right away. The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look.
What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. Could be both 5 PM and 5 AM?
That's a really good point. His fingers were so white. It did make it seem like his body had been around for a while. It could have been 12 whole hours. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I should think so.
He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact.
But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not an odd job man. The key! The keyhole! He used it to wind it. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see?
Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism.
Looks a little unusual, don't you think?
Yes, you'd need just the right key to wind it, I imagine.
Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole.
It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found.
I like that the game is like, you really might have missed this one. It's not what you think it is. It was when you twist the head, wasn't it?
The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear.
I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun. What's that?
It appears to be some sort of key.
But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door. Not at that size. What is it for, I wonder? Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch?
Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. a perfect fit. And look! The inspector's watch has started going again. So it was obviously just not being wound up, that's all. And we know that he winds it every single day. So
I don't know how long watches are wound for.
but if he had wound it the night before,
It would have gone till the next night at least.
so he was probably killed at 5 PM the previous day. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. And also it doesn't necessarily indicate the time of death at all, does it? Just that it was... Gregson was unable to wind the watch when he normally would. Which is deep in thought now. I think I'd better start thinking deeply too. He wound without fail every single day!
Okay. There's one last thing I want to check.
No scratches around the base. Not an alcoholic.
Okay.
Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least.
And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case.
Ugh. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
I don't know anything about anything, just a bystander, just a sign at the crossroads of life. Was the Reaper? I bet he got a face that screams bored. Can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we had the gunshot.
The detective still died when we heard the gunshot, except that we
know that it hadn't been wound. But there's no way of knowing that he did die at that point.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh.
At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch.
A key.
And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Get in, Ryu!
Order! Oh, but counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot.
It is, exactly the hour.
The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. Weird, ain't it? Exactly 5? I was thinking that as well. Like, perhaps the person who killed him took note of this and then made sure that the quote-unquote gunshot went off at the exact same time. Merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The post used to wind it up every evening without fail, when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. But he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Or why? Well, how do you explain it then? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single day for 10 years?
The obvious answer is that he was already dead.
Order! Council, that is the most extraordinary
Objection!
claim.
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? You can't do it if you're dead. Alright.
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted.
That's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked that door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood. Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh. Catches him fast, doesn't he? I would love some forensic science right now to determine if that is the victim's blood.
Objection!
But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily have been human blood, of course.
Sholmes has something for this. And Sholmes is in the gallery right now.
We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
His Van Zeeks is showing. I really like that little tidbit, to be honest. It shows that he picked up some facts, but Sholmes is not allowed. However, Strongheart is very gung-ho about forensics and really wants this trial to welcome in a new era. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example.
It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
He's so edgy. Objection! He was like, objection! And Cousin was like, objection! Oh, objection! Hehehe. Jock. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, isn't it beyond the realms of... It isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Please, what are you trying to say? Does Lot know what we heard? And it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now you listen to me. Street seller's ears are his livelihood. His objection is like, hey wait, and Cousin is oh, fuck you, listen. Yeah! And I love them both. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh?
Explain yourself then, Council.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with... Where are my fireworks? Right there.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious. The very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway.
Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno streets here.
Objection!
And you know what? Van Zeek's got the information from Gregson's diary. Who's to say that Gregson's the one who wrote it down? I wonder if he was lured. Even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak Van Zeeks.
One with a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Right? Good heavens! A bomb.
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait, it's the whatever you like part that's important. The timed device. Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Now, I don't recall seeing much other evidence of firecrackers at the scene. You'd think they'd leave some kind of trail, but that could explain the awkward angle of the candle. Josh? Are you sure?
The extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
Oh boy, what proof do we have? I mean, it's the candles, right?
I'm not feeling confident, I'm gonna look through everything.
Okay, yes sir, Josh sir. I think the candles do prove it. It's such an odd angle. I want to make sure I've examined them fully. Yes. Nothing else. I'm not gonna get yelled at for presenting them prematurely. There's no way that a bullet would have been fired at this angle. It has to be.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed. Because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't know, did they just rip this thing off the wall? The court record is a mystery to me. Ryu has the biggest pockets of the world. At one point he just puts a whole carriage in there. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. Right. Ryu, you're so smart, baby. Of course, there wouldn't be any scorching from far away.
There are. Goodness, yes. But it is not the case. But there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound.
That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Ryu is the truest big brain of us all. For real, I love when I put the wrong numbers together and get the right answer. And he is like, haha, look, I'm so smart. And I'm like, oh my god, you're so smart. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. I wonder if Kazuma is proud of Ryu. I hope so. I hope he's having fun right now. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How can that be, eh? Well, the fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle, after the killer had left the scene. The candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. Get him, Ryu! Okay, so we can conclude that that was about 15 minutes earlier because that's when they saw Gregson walking in. Gregson probably being the killer wearing a red wig, which he then put on Gregson to make it seem like he was him. And he would have had Gregson in the trunk and then left with the trunk. That is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Wow. What a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now just hold your horses! Lancelot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all.
Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. The person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer.
Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma?
I'm really quite amazed you've come this far.
But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report. A stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Order. Prosecutor Osogi.
Strings true.
I love watching chat go off the rails. This is really good. What on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. We cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked.
They are both just here to shit on the English judicial system and I am here for it.
Get it! His laugh, his smile, his pogo strings. It did sound like brass.
Oh, this is really good.
Is this still the same theme or did we transition? Does it have like a dip? The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture.
What track on Spotify this month?
What's this one called? It's not the same one as before, is it? My musical memory is actually really bad. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. It's still Prosecutor Reborn? Okay. Oh yes, I hear it here.
Well, certainly I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard.
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend?
Bro.
I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
So, now if Gregson had... It would be bizarre. I mean, it's gotta be the redhead stuff, right? My little brain says, oh my god, he was investigating, Vigil, but she went to the police and they were like, it's been a day, come back later. He wouldn't have been investigating that, he must have been investigating the redheaded thief. And that makes sense because then he would have had the wig on him and the killer would have been able to get an idea. It feels weird that a killer would think,
oh, and if I wear this wig, I can pretend to be him. Like, that's a bizarre train of thought.
So I believe it would be the red-headed apple. It hurt.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. The bright colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League?
So, you'd already worked it out.
What on earth is this all about? Is that such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, Council?
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads!
Is this like the boss trying to make you prove yourself? Perhaps. I feel like Kazuma wanted us on this case because he needed someone who could argue against him. This is gonna be the Sholmeses guys. Absolutely it is.
I'm excited for them to come back. I liked the French one.
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, another possible line of inquiry for us at least.
Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asoki.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
To be continued? To be continued! What? Oh. Okay. I feel like we've barely scratched the surface of this case, so I imagine there's still a fair bit to go. 2 parts in 1 stream! Fuck. Let's see, when can we do more? I really want to stream art tomorrow, so we can work on the SRU piece. Hold on, let me go to that and put on some music. We'll probably call it here for tonight, because it's getting pretty late. Oh my god, no, not this one. Let's listen to the new one. What was it called? Prosecutor Reborn. It helps if you spell prosecutor correctly. There we go. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I have some like work that I need to get done. But if I can get all of that done, I want to try going live at 12 p.m. my time tomorrow with art. I might move that around a little bit. You can see it in my schedule on Twitch right now, but I am not. It is not a promise, unfortunately. It is a hope. Let's see. In the meantime, I guess that means that we will do DGS4 on Thursday night? Thursday night sounds pretty good to me. Pogging. Playing your art kisses are mostly blessed. This was fun. I'm glad you had fun. Hopium indeed. Wow, this case is so... I'm having so much fun going against Kazuma. I really enjoyed the start of it. Gregson. I'm gonna go to bed and mourn. The other thing I wanted to do was... today marks a month since we got affiliate, which is really, really cool. It's been a full month since we became affiliates. It's been about 2 months since we started streaming, which means I want to open up my little Discord server. I think that would be fun. I don't know how much interest there is. Like, that's fine, but I thought I would send a little link. If you want to join, if you want to come hang out, welcome to. I would love to talk about Ace Attorney with everyone. I would love to sob about Gregson with everyone. And it can be a bit of a scheduling tool and like polling tool as well. So here is the link to that. Alright, and let me have a look for someone to raid. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us. This case has been so fun. Let's see. Which floodgates opened! I am biting the bullet. I've been going back and forth about it for a very long time. It is simply time to open it. Let's have a look. Who's online?
Oh, perspective.
Hang on, let me manage my volume for a second.
Okay. I can't say I know exactly what this person's up to. I don't follow them. They are a stranger, but they look like they are chilling. So let's say hi to them. Thank you guys for hanging out. It is always so fun. Not letting me join? Is the link broken? It looks like it's working for some other people, so hopefully the link is not broken permanently. I'm in your server, so I can probably send you a link through Discord regardless. Okay, let me send this. And yeah, again, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope we can play more soon. I need to see what happens next. I have so many feelings. I can't believe Gregson is gone. But for now, good night!